to call the meeting to order. A couple announcements as we get started. Garrett Dunleavy is on the computer, the phone, Skype, something. He's on the teleconference. Okay.
He's in there. We shrunk him.
So you can all help remind me that Garrett's on the phone, and Scott, I'm sure will do that as well. We'll try and incorporate his comments as best we can. Also, please remember to speak into the microphones. The meeting's being webcast, so we want to make sure we're clear for our folks watching at home. Public comments, the first thing on our agenda, but I believe we don't have anyone signed up, so we'll move right along. In your packet, you have minutes from several meetings. Does anyone have any comments or recommendations to edit those?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the minutes in the packet.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay. Any opposed? Great. Motion passes. Okay, so we'll move right along to, I hope I'm not skipping anything, Urban Renewal 101. So we'll ask city staff to come up and give us that presentation, please.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry. I did skip something.
Thank you.
Computer's there.
Okay. So staff have taken feedback from prior budget committee meetings, including the ideas generated from our February 4th workshop, into consideration when designing the remainder of the process this year, and have incorporated information needs and ideas into the topics you will learn more about over the next few meetings, including this evening. So the first topic came out of our February 4th meeting and other comments received, so that's why we're hearing about urban renewal.
All right. Good evening. My name is Maurizio Badalico. I'm a senior financial analyst. Tonight you'll hear from me and Amanda Noble-Flannery, the Economic Prosperity Programs Manager, about urban renewal. Here are the areas we plan to discuss this evening. We'll start with urban renewal's purpose. We'll look at where our 2 urban renewal districts are located. We'll dive into some of the nuts and bolts about how urban renewal works. We'll review some of the mechanisms in place to provide district governance. We'll discuss related city plans and policies, and we'll finish the presentation by taking a look at some urban renewal outcomes and future projects. We plan to present for about 30 minutes, and the remaining time will be available for questions and discussion. So, urban renewal. It's in the news, it's got its own section in the budget, and its own annual financial report, but what is it? Simply put, urban renewal is a tool used by council to stimulate economic prosperity in specific areas of the community in compliance with state statute. From this vacant building into this vibrant awesomeness. Both of our urban renewal districts are located in the downtown area, and it's because downtown has a competitive disadvantage for the reasons that you see here. Downtown is generally more expensive to develop because limited property availability leads to higher land costs. In addition, construction costs are also higher for various reasons, including working with older buildings, incorporating a mix of uses into one building, the cost of building up instead of out, and the additional logistics of staging downtown construction. It's difficult for downtown lease rates to substantiate these higher construction and development costs. In other words, it's harder to make them pencil out. Another consideration is parking, given that the core area is parking exempt. This means that either the city provides it via its public parking facilities, or a new development may need to provide embedded or underground parking, which is expensive to do. One additional challenge is having many individual owners who may have different visions for their properties and varying financial capacity, which makes it more difficult to curate the perfect mix of vibrant uses. This can result in underperforming properties that need help with redevelopment. Urban renewal is a tool which helps address these challenges and historically has been accomplished through public-private and in some cases, public-public partnerships. Now that we've reviewed urban renewal's purpose, let's talk about where. This map shows the current boundaries of the downtown district outlined in black. On the right-hand side of the map, you will also notice the western end of the adjacent riverfront district. The downtown district roughly stretches from Lincoln Street to Pearl Street between 6th Avenue and 11th Avenue. We are in the library, which you can see near the southern border, and the Holt Center is on the north side of the district. The downtown district was first established in 1968, and the district plan was last amended in 2016 to make 4 projects eligible. Our second urban renewal district is the Riverfront District, which you can see on this map. The Riverfront District covers the area north of Franklin Boulevard to the river, including eWeb headquarters and the federal courthouse area, over to Pearl Street where it meets up with the downtown district. The Riverfront District was created in 1985, and the district plan was amended in 2004 to extend the district life and allow for future projects. Before we take a deeper dive into the nuts and bolts about how urban renewal works, let's cover a few basics. First, City Council wears 2 hats. One is the Urban Renewal Agency Board,
I don't remember that.
and one is City Council.
You really did that.
City Council creates and amends urban renewal districts while the agency board governs them. The primary source of funding for urban renewal is tax increment revenue, which is a redistribution of taxes that property owners would otherwise still pay. Each district has a plan, which is the adopted policy statement by the agency. The plan determines how much tax increment is allowed to be spent and what are the acceptable activities and projects in each district. As I mentioned on the previous slide, the primary source of funding for urban renewal is tax increment revenue from property taxes. This is not an additional tax, but rather a redistribution of taxes from overlapping taxing jurisdictions to the urban renewal districts. The amount that is redistributed is based on growth in district property values since the district was created. I will use this graph to describe conceptually how it works. On the vertical axis, we have property tax revenue, and on the horizontal axis, we have time. When a district is first created, there is a certain amount of assessed property value within the district boundaries. This is established as the frozen base, which is represented by the orange arrow. Property taxes on the frozen base continue to go to the overlapping taxing jurisdictions throughout the life of the district, as indicated by this green box. The frozen base for the downtown district is over $31 million, and for Riverfront, it's almost $51 million. In theory, if urban renewal efforts are successful, the value of the district will grow over the base amount, as you can see by the yellow dotted line. That increase is called the incremental or excess value. The property taxes on the incremental value are redirected to the urban renewal district. As of fiscal year 16, the incremental value for the downtown district is $150 million, and for Riverfront, it's $96 million. And when an urban renewal district terminates, the tax increment revenue reverts back to the overlapping taxing jurisdictions represented on the graph by the blue box. Now let's take a look at the effect of urban renewal on individual property tax bills. The previous slide showed that the amount of taxes each district receives is based upon the incremental value within each district. After the Lane County tax assessor determines that amount, the assessor then performs a process called the division of tax so that the total amount is collected from across the city. The result of the division of tax is that all property tax bills in the city include 2 lines for urban renewal, one for downtown and one for Riverfront. And there is no difference between the taxes paid by taxpayers inside of a district and outside of a district. This table here sets out the division of tax calculation for the typical Eugene taxpayer in fiscal year 16. It shows the taxes before urban renewal how much is directed to the taxing districts and each urban renewal district, and the taxes after urban renewal. The last column on the right shows the difference, and the bottom line that you can see here is that the tax bill is the same, but the split of who gets the taxes has been changed. The amount of tax revenue reallocated from the overlapping taxing districts to the urban renewal districts is indicated by the yellow highlights. Now let's discuss the impact of urban renewal on overlapping taxing districts. This table shows the estimated amount of revenue diverted from each of the overlapping taxing districts in fiscal year 16. As you can see here, the total amount is $3.5 million. Let's take a closer look at a couple of the larger line items that make up that total amount. As you can see here, approximately $1.6 million is diverted annually from the city's general fund to both urban renewal districts. And here, on these two lines for School District 4J, you can see that 4J's permanent tax rate is reduced by $1.1 million annually, while there is no direct impact on 4J's local option levy, which is the second line. However, given the way schools are funded and Oregon's complex property tax system, determining the actual impact on 4J is more complicated. 4J doesn't actually lose $1.1 million. Instead, 4J benefits from the existence of urban renewal. In order to better understand how this happens, let's review some estimates provided by the Lane County tax assessor last year regarding the downtown district's impact on 4J. Different forces are at play for each tax component you see here, so let's discuss each one individually. For the permanent rate, the division of tax calculation for schools is largely an impact on the state's budget because schools are mainly funded on a per pupil funding formula rather than the amount of tax dollars generated within school boundaries. If the money is not available from local property taxes, the state makes up the difference. If we assume a constant school funding formula and all else remains equal, 4J loses around $20,000 annually as a result of permanent tax rate dollars diverted to the downtown district. This amount is much lower than what we saw in the previous slide because 4J gets just a small fraction of the total school funding dollars across the state. The impact on 4J's local option levy, on the other hand, is the result of tax compression. Compression occurs when an individual property's taxes exceeds the education category limit as established by Measure 5 way back in 1990. Although you saw in the previous slide that urban renewal does not directly impact 4J's local option levy, urban renewal has an indirect impact through reduced compression. This is achieved by diverting some of the permanent rate tax dollars out of the education category and into the general government category. The end result is that 4J receives around $360,000 more local option levy revenue annually because of compression relieved by urban renewal. The state funding formula does not apply to local option levies, so 4J realizes the full benefit of this increase. In summary, the existence of the downtown district leads to a net benefit of $340,000 annually for 4J. I know the previous few slides were heavy on the details, so let's take a step back and review the key points about tax increment revenue. The frozen base is the amount of assessed property value at the time of district creation, and taxes on the frozen base continue to go to the overlapping taxing districts throughout the life of the district. The amount of revenue each urban renewal district receives is based on the incremental value within each district, which represents the growth in assessed property value over the frozen base. Tax increment revenue is collected from across the city from properties located inside and outside of urban renewal districts. Urban renewal is not an additional tax, but rather a redistribution of taxes that would otherwise still be paid by property owners. And because of the state school funding formula and our complex property tax system, 4J benefits as a result of urban renewal. Aside from tax increment revenue, there are other revenue sources for the urban renewal agency. Each urban renewal district has a loan program which provides funding assistance to projects that meet the goals and objectives of their respective planning documents. The loan programs are designed to be flexible and responsive to unique redevelopment opportunities and specific individual project financing needs. Loan repayments are returned to the loan pool and subsequently loaned out for new projects. Interest income is generated based on cash balances in the urban renewal funds. An example of rental income is in the Riverfront District, which currently leases out property to the University of Oregon that they use for parking. Lastly, any sale of district-owned property generates additional revenue. Now that we've fully discussed urban renewal revenues, let's talk about expenditures. But first, we must review the spending limit. Oregon revised statutes require that each urban renewal district that receives property tax revenue include a maximum indebtedness limit in their urban renewal plan. Maximum indebtedness is a cumulative spending cap for property tax expenditures over a period of time. Maximum indebtedness is not a legal debt limit, it is more like a spending limit. The downtown district's limit was set in 1998 at $33 million and then increased by $13.6 million in 2010. An additional increase of $19.4 million in 2016 brings us to the current cumulative total of $66 million. In the Riverfront District, the spending limit was set at $34.8 million in 2004 and remains at that level today. Now that we know the source of the funds and the spending limit, what can we use the money on? The agency's primary goal is to promote redevelopment within the districts. In doing so, funds are spent amongst the following activities. Capital projects include public space improvements and infrastructure enhancements. Amanda will be talking later a lot more about previous and future urban renewal projects. Loan disbursements include funding of the urban renewal loan programs to business and property owners in order to encourage redevelopment in the districts. And project delivery administration includes the promotion of redevelopment projects, oversight of district-owned property, and general administration. The two urban renewal districts have separate budgets and account for activities in separate funds. Now let's spend a little bit of time discussing urban renewal governance. As you can see here, there are many entities involved. Starting at the top, you have City Council, who creates and amends urban renewal districts. Moving clockwise, the agency board oversees implementation of the urban renewal plans and reviews and approves project budgets. The Budget Committee includes the urban renewal budget in your annual review and recommendation to City Council. The Riverfront District calls for an advisory committee to review major expenditures. The Loan Advisory Committee reviews all of the loan applications in both districts. The Expenditure Review Panel meets annually to review expenditures in the Downtown District. Bond counsel and investors review legal and financial records to ensure any debt issued is legal, valid, and binding. And rounding it out, we have the city's external auditor who audits the agency's financial results and provides an opinion on its financial statements. Before I turn it over to Amanda, I wanted to provide a couple of resources for more information. The budget documents, especially the adopted budget, is a great resource for information about urban renewal. In fact, most of what I've covered today is included in the adopted budget and even more detail for those of you that really want to dig in deeper. Another great resource is the urban renewal section of the city's website, where you can find the district plans, their accompanying reports, and project-related information. Now, I'll turn it over to Amanda, who will review the plans, projects, and the future.
As Maurizio said, urban renewal is a tool to stimulate economic prosperity downtown. It's a tool to invest in the goals included in so many city plans and policies. Downtown is the place where all the plans come together and overlap. Downtown has a huge role in implementation of almost all the plans we have. It's not just about downtown, though. It's also about meeting the broader community goals that are in these plans. I'm going to walk through a few of these key plans with some examples. First up, Envision Eugene. Envision Eugene is about making sure we manage growth over the next 20 years in a way that protects and enhances our quality of life and reflects our shared values as Eugenians. There are 7 Envision Eugene pillars. 4 are listed on this slide that are specifically supported by downtown and urban renewal. An important aspect of the community's vision for managing growth calls for accommodating at least 1,000 multifamily housing units in downtown beyond what the market can deliver on its own. For example, urban renewal investment on the UWeb Riverfront property, where we hope will stimulate new housing to help contribute toward that 1,000 unit goal. New residents downtown will help businesses thrive and bring activities and excitement. Moving on to the Regional Prosperity and Economic Development Plan. Our focus is creating new jobs in key industries, reducing the unemployment rate, and increasing the average wage. Key strategies related to downtown are growing local opportunities, energizing a creative economy, investing in tomorrow's talent, and identifying as a place to thrive. An example of how urban renewal is investing in these is with the creation of a publicly owned high-speed fiber network in downtown, EugeNet. Construction of the network will connect about 120 downtown Eugene buildings to world-class internet. Access to high-speed telecommunications is critical to staying competitive in a global economy. Investing in downtown fiber is key to supporting Lane County's growing tech and advanced manufacturing sectors, including being able to attract and retain talent in our area. The downtown plan focuses on the character of downtown as a special place and how it can improve. Urban renewal has had a role in all the focus areas of the downtown plan shown on this slide. Calling out just a few quick ones. For strong regional center, an example is Lane Community College's downtown campus across the street. And for cultural center, an example is the building we're in now, the library. Our goals within the Climate and Energy Action Plan are to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and fossil fuel uses. Within the action area of land use and transportation, urban renewal supports increased density in the urban center, 20-minute neighborhoods, and continuing to expand and improve Eugene's bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. A great example of this is the upcoming urban renewal investment in bike share stations within the Riverfront District. These urban renewal dollars are partial matching funds for the bike share grant the city received. The full route will go from the U of O campus through downtown to the Whitaker neighborhood, and the launch is planned for this September. When it comes to parks planning, for well over a decade, a new riverfront park has been on the list. It's a priority 1 project and will require urban renewal funds to see it developed, connecting downtown to the river with a vibrant, active, and beautiful new park. Our last plan example is the Riverfront Master Plan, which involves significant public engagement over multiple years and was codified into land use regulations. It's the community's vision for parklands, plazas, green streets, historic assets, new housing, and commercial space adjacent to the community's key asset, our river. Implementing the Riverfront Master Plan will influence our economy, ecology, overall identity, and our future tax revenue. There's lots of challenges with the site with a lack of infrastructure, including roads, sidewalks, and railroad access. Urban renewal is a primary tool to remove these barriers and invest in the community's vision. I'll talk a little more about this project in a bit. So these are just a few of the examples of how urban renewal supports our broad city goals with many of our community plans. Council established a plan for each urban renewal district as well that provides more specific direction on the types of projects for each district. As Maurizio said, the agency board can use urban renewal funds on items in the urban renewal plans. Project activities generally have led to the 5 types of projects you see here: land banking, loan programs, public improvements, public facilities, and public parking. To bring these activities to life, I'll provide some examples. Located in the Riverfront District, urban renewal was used to assemble the land to site the courthouse, which started in 1999. It was an old industrial use from the early 1900s that didn't fit the character of downtown. We improved the area by adding what some call the largest electric shaver on the planet. The $90 million Wayne Morris Federal Courthouse. Another example of land banking, the agency donated land for the Holt Center for the Performing Arts on 7th and Willamette and sold the land to the Hilton to help make that development possible. Both districts have loan programs with non-tax revenue funds, which are used for building improvements. An example is the Tiffany Building on 8th and Willamette. The restaurant on the ground floor burned, and the apartments and restaurant sat vacant for years. In 1999, the owner made a last attempt to rehab the building before demolition. Urban renewal was used to fill the financing gap. The building's now on the historic register, and the loan was repaid in full. Moving on to the best example of public facilities, the library, with over 3,000 people each day coming to it. The agency bought the land in 1993 and donated it to the project. We were finally able to accomplish this after 2 failed bond measures. The city borrowed $18.5 million, which was repaid from tax increment dollars from the agency. The agency contributed additional cash to the project with a total of about $25 million of the $36 million coming from the agency, representing nearly 70% of the capital cost for the new library. Zooming on to public parking, an example is Broadway Place on West Broadway in Charnelton. The agency built underground parking with 750 spaces and sold the air rights to the developer, on which they built 170 rental units. Let's wrap up the examples part of the presentation with 3 projects completed within this decade. For LCC's new downtown campus, the agency owned the land. It was a former Sears department store. In 2005, we demolished the building to prepare the site for redevelopment. We did several RFPs and ultimately donated the land to LCC, valued at $1.6 million, and provided an $8 million urban renewal grant for construction of the new downtown campus. The new $55 million downtown campus includes a LEED Platinum education building and LEED Gold student housing units for 256 residents. Moving to Willamette and Broadway, after sitting empty for many years, the agency purchased what was then the Center Court building. We sold it to Beam Development and provided construction financing. The renovated structure represents a multi-year public-private partnership. Public funding for this project included a combination of federal and local funds. Now it's a gem of downtown with 5 stories of creative office space, ground floor restaurants with 250 employees. It's a tremendous success in its own right and as a catalyst for significant revitalization of downtown. Our last example project is right next to the Broadway Commerce Center. Bennett Properties purchased this whole from Beam in 2010. The agency provided gap financing for the 5-story, $11 million construction with ground floor retail space, office space, and underground parking. They filled a major vacant property in the heart of downtown. So that's a quick overview of some specific urban renewal projects. Ultimately, these urban renewal projects have been a catalyst for millions of dollars of private investment in our downtown. At this point, I know what you're all asking yourselves. What's next? The short answer is the future is so bright we have to wear shades. For the downtown district, City Council amended the urban renewal plan last summer, which makes 4 projects eligible for the agency board to use urban renewal dollars on. I'll briefly describe them and review the process Council included in the plan for next steps. Starting with high-speed fiber, or HugeNet, that I described earlier for infrastructure improvements to create a publicly owned network downtown. We'd like to invite you to the fiber project launch celebration, which is March 21st from 5 to 7:30 at the Minor Building. The event will be an opportunity for the community to celebrate this milestone for downtown building owners to learn more about getting connected, and for tech enthusiasts to get hands-on with 10 gigabit internet access. More information on the event can be found on TAO's website. That's the Technology Association of Oregon. Moving to the second downtown district project. This project is about improving the park blocks. Nope. Sorry. Yes, I misread that. Okay, this project is about improving the park blocks in order to create a more attractive and functional venue and a permanent home for the farmers market. We're in talks with the county related to the Butterfly parking lot property, which is where the market currently happens, a space that is too small and inefficiently configured. This project could also include improving another downtown location. It could range from a simple structure, more of a pavilion than a building, to building a farmer's market that includes conditioned space for better year-round operations, and the possibility of additional amenity space, including restrooms or space for other events. For the Park Blocks and Open Space Improvements project, the first step was asking the community about their aspirations and vision. Council heard the results of that work in mid-February, and the next step is design. The area could be limited to the park blocks or have a broader approach and include other key downtown open spaces: the Holt Plaza, Broadway Plaza, the plaza at the new City Hall, the new Riverfront Park, and the pedestrian path system in between these places. The fourth project is the former LCC Downtown Center at 1059 Willamette Street, across from the Lane Transit District bus station. The building is owned by Lane Community College and has been vacant for 4 years since LCC opened its new downtown campus. The building originally was the Montgomery Ward's department store. It's 3 floors with a full basement. Its redevelopment would require extensive repairs to make it suitable for use. LCC has led some discussions and several local entities have expressed interest, looking to potentially come together to create a multi-tenant facility that could house uses such as makerspace, education facilities, co-working space, wet labs, and affordable startup and art incubation space. This concept would complement other investments downtown, such as the new LCC campus, RAIN, Fertilab, the Broadway Commerce Center, and add another critical part of the education and entrepreneurial ecosystem and innovation district that is emerging downtown. In addition to focusing the plan amendment on those 4 projects, City Council set out an agreed-to process for next steps. The projects in the plan are eligible for urban renewal funds. The approved process then calls for community engagement and project scoping. Council will review the results and funding options, then hold a public hearing on the specific project and how it should be funded. Council will review again and could decide not to implement, or could move forward with the project. Then council would select funding sources, which could include urban renewal funds or not. That would then go through the budget process, which includes public hearings. For the Riverfront District, future projects is primarily focused on the eWeb property redevelopment. We're very close to signing an agreement to purchase the property for $5.75 million with urban renewal funds. Again, implementation of the Riverfront Master Plan is the collective vision of the community. It's something that's been a goal for decades. eWeb's vacating the site, our purchasing the site, creates a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve the vision in a really big way. These future urban renewal projects can change the opportunity for people who grow up here, go to school here, grow businesses here, so Eugene can be a place to stay and prosper. Additionally, the improvements can establish Eugene as a 21st century city with renewed emphasis on beloved gathering places, cutting-edge infrastructure, local food, and supporting arts and homegrown businesses. Thank you for your time. We're here to answer questions.
Thank you very much for those presentations. Starting to Councilor Evans and Councilor Clark.
So with regard to the Riverfront project, how close is close now? We've been close for, what, 4 years, so are we supposed to be close to closing the deal yet?
What I would describe it as is we're in the crossing the T's, dotting the I's kind of close. And so we're all of the tenants, all of the deal points that council's talked about before, we've agreed on those. And so it's the wordsmithing of the document is where we're working our way through.
So we still have developer interest in the site.
That's correct.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you. You mentioned previously that the frozen base is 51 million at Riverfront,
Correct.
that it's the current valuation is 95.
That's the incremental on top of that.
That's the increment. Okay, so what's the current obligation? I heard the 5.7. So where are we relative to the cap in terms of available opportunity with the Riverfront Urban Renewal District? In other words, I'm asking because I'm wondering, you know, are we spent to the cap? I don't know where we are relative to what obligations we have in that 95.
For Riverfront, we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of $28 million left under our spending cap.
Is that including, is that after you calculate the 5.7, whatever the number is, or is that before?
I think that's before.
So we're 20 plus million in there. Thanks. We could buy an admin building for that. Thanks.
Garrett, did you have any questions about the presentation?
No, I'm good.
Anyone else have questions? Councilor Taylor.
Could urban renewal funds be used to turn the LCC building into a shelter for homeless people?
The current LCC building, the vacant LCC
The
building.
vacant one, obviously.
Yeah, no,
I didn't want to take away their.
It would have to be an activity that's in the plan, and I haven't looked to see if that's in the plan.
Oh, but we could change the plan.
yes.
Oh, this is the downtown, right? Yeah. So no, it's not in the plan. You would have to change the plan to do that, yes.
Thank you.
Renovating the LCC building is in the plan. You can fund capital.
So I think the answer is, could the council get there if you chose to? The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Semple, then Councilor Clark.
Could you explain the, this part here again, the permanent rate, the local option levy?
Sure.
I didn't get that.
So the permanent rate, what happens with those tax dollars is they go to this, essentially the state determines how much money is going to be spent per pupil across the state, and that's funded by permanent tax rate dollars and other funds that the state uses. So when those dollars go away because of urban renewal, actually the state makes up the difference. So 4J's percentage of the total school funding is very small across the state. So even though it appears $1.1 million is taken away from that because of urban renewal, the actual impact to 4J is only about $20,000. It's a small percentage of the state. The local option levy is different. That's due to compression.
That's the part I didn't get, compression.
So what compression is, Measure 5 in 1990 said that in the education category, the maximum an individual property owner can pay is $5 per $1,000 of real market value. So that category, when you add the local option levy, this is done on an individual property basis. If it goes over that $5 limit, that's when it compresses, and that property owner only pays up to $5. So anything above that gets compressed, and there's a priority order. Local option levies lose out first. So for any property, when they did those calculations for downtown, I think it was around 800 properties. For those 800 properties, they're not paying the full value of the local option levy. So what urban renewal does is, in the education category, it takes a little bit from each rate and pulls it out of that category into the general government, and that relieves that compression by moving out of that education category into the general government category. And because the compression is relieved, 4J actually gets more revenue.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you. Another follow-up, Sue, sorry about that. Of the currently obligated 70, more or less, can you, in general terms, tell me what that's obligated to and more or less closely when those obligations mature?
Yeah.
So the portion of the $70 million for downtown. Riverfront?
Riverfront, excuse me, yes, Riverfront.
Okay, that was $34 million total.
Okay.
So you're asking if we don't do anything else, when is that paid off? When is it?
I'm asking, you mentioned that there's 20 million in under the cap right now of the part that is currently obligated. What's that obligated to currently, and of that, what more or less is the maturity on those?
So most of that is for money that's already been spent.
Yeah.
And
On what?
I don't recall. Do you?
Talking about you're talking about
Riverfront.
the district?
Yeah.
Riverfront.
Do you recall? I don't recall
All the-
what we spent the dollars on.
I mean,
Does it say it in there?
Riverfront doesn't have any debt.
yeah, it's agri-pack.
No, but we've already spent dollars, so there's no debt outstanding, if that's what you're asking.
We can follow up with that
Thank you.
list.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on with our agenda. Thank you very much for the presentation. Nice job.
Good job.
We're going to do a little agenda reorganization since we got to skip the public comment period. So we're going to move up the budget prototypes to right now, and then we'll take our break and go over PERS.
We have Empire Strikes Back music ready. Thank you. Gotta have the handout.
It's like,
have these in the packet.
We already have this.
Yeah, I think they're already in the packet.
I knew that it was.
I'm trying to do the right thing, we just
Okay. So good evening. We're going to switch things around here on you a little bit. So I'm Twyla Miller. I'm the budget manager for the city. And tonight we're going to talk to you a little bit about some budget prototypes we've developed. So over the past year, we've received many suggestions through budget committee meetings, the budget committee survey, through the small group discussion we had at your workshop last February on the 4th about what kind of information would be helpful to you as budget committee members in your role. There really is a wide range of topics and ideas that we receive from folks and that have been suggested, but there's quite a few common themes that run through those ideas. Some of those items are more readily addressed through things like presentations and information updates, and so we've incorporated some of those into your schedule this spring, including tonight. So some of those things we will bring to you in that format. Additionally, we've identified 2 potential changes to the budget document that we could potentially incorporate based on feedback we've received from you. We're going to talk about those 2 things tonight, and we will continue to evaluate the other suggestions you've made, as some may take more staff resources and may take a little more time to implement. So, you received in your packet 2 prototypes. The first was a budget infographic. And this is a snapshot of the FY17 proposed budget. So this was a suggestion that had come from multiple people to display our information a little differently. The information is generally found in the budget message and budget summary sections of the proposed budget documents, and it really represents the key parts of our budget story. We've looked at what other jurisdictions have done when they've created infographics similar to this, and we've developed ours to be appropriate for Eugene and to highlight the elements that we feel are really important for both you and the general public to understand. So I'm not going to go through each box here. You have a copy at your place, But you can see that we highlight budget and tax information, the status of the general fund and why it's important, as well as discussing our budget philosophy, key financial policies, and our bond rating. So today, really, we're looking for feedback from you. Is this helpful? What aspects do you like? Do you have suggestions that could make it more user-friendly or other information you'd like to see? And really, based on the feedback we hear, if this is meeting the mark for folks, we would include this in the FY18 proposed budget document, probably in the budget message section of the document. So with that, I'll just open it up for comments on this section.
Councilor Pryor and then Councilor Zelenka.
I love it. I think it's great. It's very hard to provide technical information to people in a way that's accessible, and I think this does it very well. So congratulations. I think if this were to get distribution, I think it's something people would actually look at and read. If they had any additional questions, just provide them a way to get in touch to get more detailed information, but otherwise I think this is what most people would want.
Thank you.
Councilor Zelenka.
Does the $550 million budget, that includes interdepartmental?
That's everything, the entire
all funds.
So
all
if
fund
you
budget.
take out the inter-city transfers, it's more like $360 million.
Yeah.
Or something.
Well, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but do you think it would be helpful to see the net budget, or?
That's like, so we take in money over here and then we transfer it over here and we count it twice.
This number is the number, when you look in our budget documents, when you look at the total budget, that is the amount that is appropriated.
Right, and I always find that misleading
Confusing.
because when you take money in here and bring it over here, it counts it twice. So it's not really that we have a $550 million budget, because every time you do like interdepartmental transfers or transfers back from Parks and Rec or Public Works to Central Services, that's counted, right?
But it's part of the budget, yes. But
Yeah, it is part of the budget, but it's not the total amount of it.
There's a $5
budget.
Let me look at the large document. So, yeah, so the total budget is $623 million. And when you take out the interfund expenditures, transfers, and loans between all of the funds, it's the $500 million number. Sorry.
And this is,
Yeah.
so this is net of what this is net.
Correct.
Good, okay. Good. I guess when I started, it was 360.
Yeah, I think it's.
Thanks, Alan.
Several years ago.
Councilor Pryor.
Actually, Alan raises something that would be helpful. When somebody looks at $550 million, they perhaps assume that's all discretionary funding. And so it may be helpful to say the total budget is $550 million, but the general fund, the fund over which there is any sort of discretionary role, is $180 million. So people can see there's this much in total, but we don't have a lot of control over all of that. But there's $180 million that a lot of this information is actually relevant for.
Right.
Backside.
And, right, the general fund is on the backside, but we actually don't call out the number, so.
Yeah,
it's
and
something
make
we
it very
add.
clear. Have it on the front where you can then look at these and see that's what it's referring to.
Excellent.
Good job.
Councilor Evans.
Where is this document going to be placed on our website? Where is it going to be on the website in terms of accessibility?
Right, so we were going to put it into the budget document. It would also be on our budget website. We could place it on the website, certainly, and budget or various
I think
places.
that's real helpful for the public to be able to see exactly how things are parsed out and what is general fund money, what is not general fund money, what is going where, and this whole graphic around the dollar piece, I think, is incredibly important, because there's a lot of people who have really interesting misconceptions about how government is funded and where those tax dollars go and what specifically goes to what. So to have that clear line from saying, okay, this is what's going to schools, 46 cents on the dollar, 43 cents on the dollar. You know, what's going to the city, and then from there, you know, folks can kind of see what's what in terms of, you know, how our tax dollars is specifically allocated.
All right, and, Councilor Semple, and then Councilor Clark.
I appreciate the information here, but I kind of feel like it all runs together and it makes it not that clear to me. So I don't know. I just like to see it be a little more compact there. Reduce the letting. It's all in my face, and I don't really know where to start because there's not good borders. It's not the information. Thank you.
Presentation.
Councilor Clark, then Councilor Zelenka.
I think this is awesome. I think you did a very good job of taking what we did in that all-day session at LCC in terms of the suggestions, turn it into something that looks really, really good and is really workable for people to be able to take that first bite of understanding some of this stuff, and that's really great. Makes it more accessible. As a graphics guy, I just have to say, I look at this first part, it looks really nice. The only thing I would say is offer as a suggestion is in this first part with the breakout on the dollar, I would actually put, where does the property tax dollar go? I think the general public might not make the distinction about income taxes that go to the state and property taxes that come to us and so forth. And it might even be helpful to shade the block of the city's 43 cents on the dollar and the urban renewal's 2 cents on the dollar differently than one shades the county block and the school block, so they understand those are the only parts that we can actually have any input on. And I think that might, you know, and even if they were grouped together, I know the numbers go in order there, but that might actually help folks see this is the part we do something with of the property tax dollar. Just a thought.
Councilor Zelenka.
Yeah, I also think this is really good, very helpful, and pretty clear. I had the same thought that Mike had, which was that this is, when I first looked at the dollar bill, I said, well, what about the state? So, and then I realized it was property tax dollars instead of all of the government money is going. It's not my tax dollar, it's the property tax dollar that I'm doing. And I like Mike's idea of doing that, which would lead me to believe that you would reorder this and put Lane County above the city of Eugene, so that the part that's just the city is just the bottom part. Maybe it's a different color, so you can see that it's 45 cents out of the total amount. And then on the back, reserve for revenue shortfall is really a complicated thing. And I'm not sure putting it into this simple graphic is more confusing or helpful. I understand this because I've been around a long time, but has this been tested with Joe and Jane Six-Pack?
You are our first testers, actually. So
yeah, so we're an educated group, so I don't know if this will be meaningful. And I always hated the word savings account because that means it's kind of discretionary, that we can just use that savings account. My savings account, I use it to go on vacation and things like that. So I don't know if savings account is the right words for that. Really, what we're talking about is that's our kind of rainy day fund, so that we can weather storms and stuff like that. So I think that section might need a little bit more work and testing with some focus groups that would be the end audience, which would be people who aren't very educated about this stuff.
What do you call that?
All right, I don't see any other hands up. Garrett, did you have any questions or comments? Oh, sorry.
No, I think there's one other piece that, and I don't want to get too much into the weeds of this, but understanding, for a number of folks in my ward that want to kind of know, and I think throughout the city, how our CIP budget is divvied out and how it's being spent, specifically in terms of road improvements and other things of that nature, might also be helpful in a graphic form, particularly as we look to the progress of various projects, street projects, and that kind of thing, because people will email me and say, when are you getting to my street? What's going on? They see pieces of, the 2012 bond, coming to fruition, but, it might be helpful in a graphic sense to be able to communicate that to our residents in terms of how those dollars are being spent as well. I think this is great. I think that, with some of the suggestions that Mike and Alan have talked about in terms of grouping and shading of different areas might help this out as well, but also looking at how we communicate what we do with our, capital improvement budget is.
So are you thinking like a graphic of the capital budget by category, or?
Yeah, I think by category would be helpful, so that people know, what we're spending in terms of those big ticket items that are not general fund, not discretionary kinds of things, that people see that we are chopping down our backlog, or we're, this is where we are in terms of, the number of street improvements and other things that we need to do, purchasing fire trucks or, police cruisers or whatever the case may be.
So it could be a third sheet, actually.
Yeah, a third sheet. That's kind of what I'm talking about. There's a third sheet that talks about capital.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right, Councilor Clark.
Another way, I agree with Alan, by the way. That was weird. Both he and I just did that. The reserve for revenue shortfall piece and the savings account part, that makes it sound like a slush fund to me too. And it's difficult for how to talk about this intelligently so people understand the manner in which it gets used, because we do that differently. The closest thing I can think of to how that actually gets used is like the average would be in the average everyday life of, say, a local business owner, a business person, would be to think of it as a self-funded line of credit, essentially, because we're using it to manage cash flow a lot of the times, and I think that might be a better way to describe it, I don't know, or a different way to describe it.
Isn't the cash flow different? That's a different fund. That's
Yeah,
like
so,
$30 million.
yeah, I think, I'm not sure what to call it, but
From year to year, yeah,
that
well,
savings account may not be not the right way to describe
Slush
it.
fund's better.
One opportunity, yeah.
well, but it's an unallocated cushion for the purposes of being able to weather the unexpected, right? I mean,
Yeah, so like to manage financial uncertainty, I don't know if it's a line, anyhow, but it's
Cushions are better.
yeah,
word
plus
gap, sorry.
cushion.
I think we already call it a reserve. You might call it a reserve fund. I think a lot of people.
Yeah, they get that.
I think that's a pretty common term, and that's really describes it.
I think that this looks great. I think that I keep going back and forth between maybe we need another document to explain this, but no, it's going to go out with the budget, right? And so I think that we can kind of oscillate between that, and I think that that's important to see it in the context of the budget, and that could help explain like the reserve graph. It's going to be in the context of the budget with more information behind it. So
Right, so all of this information, these are really highlights of the things that are in the budget message and the budget summary, but just kind of pulling out those pieces, the pieces we talk a lot about, the pieces that the city manager talks about when he presents his budget. These are the common themes. This is how we tell our story, really our financial story. So yes, it would be in the document, and then a lot of the detail would live within those two front sections.
I think that that's a risk of posting this in isolation on the website, is that you'll get lots of questions wanting more information. So just making sure that at least the links are near each other, just to
Click on it. I'll give you
couple them. Yeah.
You clicked on the RRSF and you,
Takes you to this spot.
right, the Wikipedia version of it.
Click on the stoplight and it takes you to Public Works. Traffic management.
Okay, so are you going to talk about,
Yeah, can we move on to the next one?
yeah, let's move on to the next document.
Okay. So we have one more to talk about this evening. So this is really an addition to the department view section of the budget document. As we talked about in February, the adopted budget and the proposed budget documents really are meant to go together. So the adopted budget is really your service level that's approved. And then when we bring you the proposed budget, we're showing you the significant changes from the service levels that were approved in the adopted budget. Service levels can increase by a number of factors, like things like inflation, PERS rate changes, COLAs, or cost of living adjustments. And we really consider those base level adjustments to the service level that was approved. Those kind of happen every year as we go through the cycle. And the discussion of those factors are already in the proposed budget document. They're in the budget summary section. And that is actually on page 17 in our FY17 proposed. So we talk about those kind of base level changes there. This document was really created to talk about significant changes from adopted to proposed. So really those significant changes either up or down in FTE or dollars. And that's represented on this to the left on the chart there that shows the percentage by, in this case, division and then funding source at the bottom. So the narrative that begins on the right explains any change that is greater than 5% between the adopted and the proposed budget for FTE, expenditures by division, and then also a funding source. While we do highlight significant changes in the budget message of the budget document each year in the proposed budget, this would help give some clarity in the department view to really also highlight the connections to the department view in the budget document. So we've created this prototype here. We're using FY17 proposed budget document information for central services. This presentation would be in addition to the financial tables that are already existing in our proposed budget document. So it's an addition that helps explain the financial information that people see there. So again, we're looking for feedback. We heard a lot of elements from this when we heard from you throughout the year and then also at your workshop. And so again, is this meeting the mark for you? What pieces do you like? Do you have suggestions for changes? If folks are liking this presentation, we would incorporate this into the department view in the FY18 proposed budget that will come to you this April. With that.
Nice.
Any comments on this piece, Councilor Fryer?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's great. Hopefully these aren't actual numbers.
Well, these are actual from last year. So we took the last year data and we've mocked this up. If you like it, we would do the same thing for the upcoming year.
Okay. I just was curious about a 75% change in administration.
Oh, you have to read.
And if you look to the right in the narrative, yes.
Read that part yet.
There was a placeholder in the proposed budget for
Gotcha.
2021, which
okay.
we removed in the adopted
Good.
budget.
That explains it.
There you go.
So that shows the value of this.
Words of Rosanna Danny.
Councilor Foley.
Yeah, Sean brought up a question earlier before the meeting started about this on your section on administration, where it says includes $500,000 in general fund as a placeholder for 2021 projects. Now, we all know what that means, but somebody opening the document or seeing that for the first time probably doesn't realize that it's the 2021 Olympic trials.
Good point.
So we might want to change the wording on that just a little bit.
Right, that's a good reminder this is meant for an everyday reader, and so to be very careful about how we describe our narrative and tell our story. So,
Councilor Zelenka.
It's kind of reminding me of something I did a long time ago, and it relates back to the graphic thing. I tried to figure out once how much of the budget was actually discretionary. And by that I meant how much was new that we would allocate. And so if you took away all of the cost of living adjustments, all the interest payments, everything out of that, and this was when I was on the budget committee a long time ago, and I was very depressed after this, because when I figured that out, it was like, it was like 1 or 2% of the budget is actually stuff that you actually have that it's not already being allocated somewhere or being used to pay for cost of living increases. It really comes down to a very, very small amount of money is actually related to money that you can actually do something with.
Yeah, and through the recession, that was what we called the gap. And so through the recession,
right. And it was negative for a bunch.
Yeah, so it was actually less than 1%. It was less than 0%. There was actually
it was minus
a gap to actually fill after you fill all those other accounts essentially.
Right, and yeah, because when I did that, it was before we went into the recession. So the now we're back into where we're not in a recession. We might not have a gap, but speaking of the gap, maybe there's this graphic down in the corner is the one that's trying to get at that issue, right?
That's correct.
Right, and I don't know that it really. I guess the little yellow part does. Graphic, I'm not sure does it well enough. I also hate graphs that don't start at 0. That's always misleading. That's your income. If you started at 0, it'd be flatter. And you could you would see it. I don't know, just the thought I had.
Any other comments? Garrett, do you have any comments?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Joe.
Josh?
Yes, and sorry for my work-related tardiness. I'm just wondering if it might be helpful to have more years represented. I know when I looked at these numbers last year, I was looking at I think it was at least 2, but I think 3 previous fiscal years along with the proposed. So sometimes there's stuff that you see when you get a little bit more of a trend.
And we still would we would still have 2 years of actuals. This would be in addition to what's already, the tables that are already there. So this presentation is really meant to highlight adopted to proposed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And it would be in addition to the tables we have, which have some historical.
All right, I don't see any more hands up, so I think we'll wrap up this portion of the meeting. And we're still pretty far ahead in our agenda. I'm thinking we just push through and into the PERS conversation unless anyone really needs a break. Is that okay with staff?
I'm going to zip through it. So I'm here with Myrnie Doubt, the city's risk and benefits manager, director, whatever. I don't know what your actual title is. But we're going to give you an update on PERS. Myrnie's going to start, and she's got a really good historical perspective on the system. So she's going to give you an overview and kind of some background on how we got to where we are. And then I'll dive into some of the numbers.
Yeah. Okay, well, hello. Thank you for having us here to talk with you about PERS and the current funding or ongoing funding issues that we're facing. The slides that we're going to show you are mostly provided by PERS. They've been out doing a lot of public education around the system, and so we're using a lot of their slides tonight. So the first thing is PERS is complicated. Now we have 3 tiers. Tier 1 was established the system was established in 1945, so Tier 1 goes back that far. Then Tier 2, 96, and UPSRP, which is essentially Tier 3, was created in 2003. So with each iteration, the board, the legislature, has been trying to reduce PERS costs by increasing retirement age and reducing the formulas and the add-ons, the things that add into creating retirement benefits. So this is really a great slide. It was a little, the print was a little bigger, it would be even better. But this shows you all the key changes. It's 2 pages. All the key changes that have been implemented by the legislature since the system was created in 1945. And I want to say the city joined PERS on July 1, 1946. So we were early adopters. And the green, everything in green is a benefit enhancement, and then the things in red are a benefit reduction. So for many years, from 45 to 89, 91, it was mostly enhancements. It was a great new system, and people were trying to figure out how we could enhance retirement benefits. Then we got into the 90s, and the costs of the system started increasing. So the first major change was 1996, creating Tier 2. And then after that 96 and creation of Tier 2, our costs didn't really go down significantly, and it was at that time in the late 90s that the city of Eugene got involved with an employer group in litigation against the PERS board for violating their own statutes, because they weren't funding reserves. They were applying all the money to employee benefit accounts. So that's probably an oversimplification of how the system was working at that time. But they weren't funding the contingency reserve, and they were allocating very large earnings to employee accounts. So the city of Eugene and other employers sued them, and we were able to get changes in our rates because the court agreed with us that PERS wasn't following their own statute. We continued on, the system costs continued to increase, and so the legislature created OPSRP in 2003. And time marches on, and the costs are still increasing significantly and are projected to increase significantly for the next 15 years. So, and now it's 2017. We have 31 related PERS bills introduced so far. Obviously, the point of all the proposed legislation is to reduce benefits or somehow try to improve the funding of the system. The effective date of most of the bills is effective January 1, 2018, which is the normal routine. Some people have talked about the legislature declaring an emergency and making the changes effective immediately, but as we'll talk, the changes have to go to, there's a fast track to the Supreme Court because they're always litigated when it involves employee benefits. So unlikely that anything is going to be implemented right away. The bills go to the Senate Workforce Committee, and the chair and the vice chair of that committee have established these criteria for the bills they want to have introduced. So they're trying to influence the other legislators to keep these factors in mind when they're drafting legislation, but we don't know how they're going to prioritize any of these things. Constitutionality is at the top, of course. And some of them, you can't have it both ways. You can't, if you reduce the impact on state and local budgets, you impact public employee benefits, as we'll see when we talk about the funding. So it will be interesting to see what comes out of the legislature this time around. There have been 2 major rounds of reform in the past. In 2003, we did get major PERS reform legislation with the creation of OPSRP, and also the redirecting of the 6% employee contribution or employee pickup to the individual account program. That's interesting because on the slide that shows the system was created in 1945, the benefit design then, there was only one, and it was the money match. And then when we get up to 2003, the cost of the money match was driving a lot of the discussion and the decisions about how to control costs. So diverting the 6% employee pickup to this separate account was actually a way to reduce money match benefits and help control the costs of the system. But yes, and so now that little side account is part of a discussion of another major change to take that 6% and apply it toward employer costs. So then we had in 2013, we had major PERS legislation, and some of that legislation was overturned by the Supreme Court. One of the major cost savings is the second bullet, which allowed a reduction in the COLA, but the Supreme Court ruled that it could only be going forward, so for service after the date of the legislation. So that it's helpful to have guidance from the Supreme Court, but it also reduces the amount of savings. So at the time, the city and other public entities assumed that they were going to have really significant savings from these changes, but when the Supreme Court overturned them, then you're back to square one. So the constitutionality issues are really important. Now this slide is talking about funding. So the benefits, the B, is the actuarial value of the benefits that have been earned to date, and the system does actuarial valuations every 2 years. And the benefits are funded, there's only two ways they're funded: by the contributions of employers and to a certain extent employees if they're paying the 6% employee pickup, and earnings. And then you'll look below, the benefit level is set by the legislature. The contribution level is set by the PERS board, informed by the actuary. And then the earnings are determined by the market, but the investments are managed by the Oregon Investment Council. So what's missing from that equation is the public employers who have to pay the bill. That's our role. We pay the bill. Otherwise, we don't have a role in making any of those decisions. So how do you impact the cost of the system? And this slide is telling us that the only way to reduce the cost of the system is to reduce benefits. You can offset the employer costs by increased earnings, which we were lucky enough to have a good stock market for a lot of years, and so we got some relief. But Sue is going to talk more about the limitations of that, and we haven't been in a really good market on a sustained basis in the past few years. So, and then if you try point 2, we know all the legislation to reduce benefits is challenged in court, and the Supreme Court is telling us that in their opinion, they don't think it's legal to do everything that the legislature has passed in the past. So they've overturned some of the changes. And I think the conventional wisdom is now that the only really safe thing to do is make changes going forward, which will reduce the impact, the financial savings of the benefits. So I think this is where I turn it over to Sue.
Yes. So let's get into the numbers a little bit. I know you've been waiting for that. About 3/4, if you look on the left-hand side, about 3/4 of the assets in the PERS system have come from investment income. About 21% has come from employer contributions and a little less than 6% from member contributions, many of which are paid by the employer. The system as a whole is about 79% funded as of the last valuation, which is a little bit better than the national average of about 75%. So the unfunded liability as of the last valuation, which was December 31st, 2015, was $21.8 billion. And you can see here that about 70% of that liability is related to folks who are no longer contributing to the system. So people who are retired or inactive, which is folks that are not retired, but they're not working for a PERS employer. So the cost of that $21.8 billion liability basically gets sort of loaded onto the remaining 30% of the folks who are participating in the program, which is the folks who are currently employed in Tier 1, Tier 2, or OPSERP positions. That makes the cost of the benefit for those folks who are currently working seem very high. So the 2013 liability, unfunded liability, was about $13.3 billion, and went up the 2015 liability was $13.3 billion, higher than the previous valuation at the end of 2013. This slide just gives you a sense of why it went up so much. And the biggest thing is the Morrow decision, which Murney talked about, which was that court decision that overturned the legislation that was passed in 2013. There are a number of other factors that affect the change in liability. There was a decrease in the assumed earnings rate down to 7.5%. And what that does is it increases the unfunded liability. So if you think about the system being funded 75% from earnings, if you assume there's not going to be as much earnings, you have to make up for that somehow. And this is how that shows up as an increase in the unfunded liability. The PERS board has been updating the mortality assumptions every couple of years, and people are living longer, and so that means the unfunded liability increases as we keep updating to take into account that we are living longer. We also, from 2013 to 2015, some things didn't work out the way they thought it would. You know, earnings were below assumptions, demographics were different than folks thought, and those things add to the liability. And then the last thing on the 2015 changes was the expected UAL increase due to the collar. And what that means is that we're not actually paying enough into the system in order to pay down our liability over 20 years because the PERS board has put in a thing called a collar, which is meant to help mitigate the rate changes for local governments from year to year. But what it does is basically pushes out the funding of the system beyond 20 years. And so every time we're not putting enough money in, it's like not making the minimum payment on your credit card kind of. It just pushes off and you wind up paying more in the long run. And so that's what that last little bit was. So is the liability going to be higher or lower at our next valuation? Who knows, right? We won't know that. Our next valuation that will determine our next rates won't happen until the 12/31/2017 is done, and then the actuarial valuation will be performed. So moving on to just a little bit about Eugene. We have nearly 1,800 active members and almost as many retired members. The number of Tier 1 members, which is that first column, is slowly dropping, but it will take a long time for those folks to be out of the system, i.e. they die off. You can also see that there's an awful lot. The next biggest category is the OPSERP, which is the sort of tier 3. So those folks are becoming a larger portion of Eugene's member census. Okay, this is a little complicated, but it's I think it kind of illustrates some of the problems. So these are the projected benefit payments from now until 2040 something, 48 or something like that. And the dark blue bars are the projected benefits for folks who are already retired, right? So you can't do anything about those payments, right? Ernie talked about the decision in the Morrow case, which basically says, if you've earned it, you keep getting it. We can't change that. And so you can see that those payments continue above $4 billion for up until the early 2030s. The orange bar are the inactives, and then the green is the folks who are currently active but will start to retire. And so as the tier 1 folks die off, the folks who are currently working will eventually retire, and their benefits will go up. And so okay. And then this is another view of the same benefit payments, but this is done by the tiers, tier 1, tier 2, and OPSER. And basically what these two graphs are saying is no matter which way you look at it, the costs for existing employees and retirees are going to continue to go up through the early 2040s. Okay. So this is the system-wide base rates. So nobody pays this rate exactly, but the actuary produces these rates to give folks a sense of what we can expect in the future about PERS rates. The actuary is projecting that employer rates will continue to increase about 4 percentage points of payroll each biennium through 2025, which is a total of about 15 percentage points above current rates, which means current rates will almost double over the next several years. Rates will be relatively level then for a while through 2035, which is the period at which the 20-year amortization of our current liability we're projecting will be done by then. And at that point, rates may start going back down. So can we earn our way out of it? Murney mentioned that. This graph is a little bit complicated if you really try and understand it, but what I wanted to just say is that regardless of the level of earnings, the actuary is saying that rates are projected to increase significantly through 2023. And the way you can tell that from this graph is the top line, the red line, is if earnings were 5% every single year. So in other words, if earnings are low, rates would go up. That makes sense. The green line is 9% earnings every single year. So if earnings are high, rates would be lower. But you can see those lines are pretty much together until about 2023. So no matter what happens to earnings, rates are going to go up a lot between now and 2023. So even if we earn 9% every single year, which is probably, I mean, who knows, but the likelihood of that, probably not good. But even if that were to happen, it wouldn't mean we would be stopping these large increases in rates. These are the rates that are actual rates over the last few biennium, and then what we're using for our FY18 budget, we have actual rates from the PERS actuary, and then what we're projecting for 20 and 22. The rates change every 2 years in the even-numbered years. And you can see that rates went down a little bit in 2014, FY14. That was due to the 2013 legislation that Murney had talked about, which was subsequently overturned, and so then rates went up in 16 and 18 again. We're assuming in our forecast the maximum possible rate increases over the next 3 biennium based on the information we just talked about.
These cumulative increases? Cumulative increases or annual?
these are the rates we're projecting. So, for instance, going from 16 to 18, in 16 we're using 17.5% of payroll for tier 1, 2, 2, and 18 we're using 21.4, so almost 4 percentage points of payroll. So not, yeah. And then this is a look at the cost of PERS for all funds. And so there was, again, in FY14 and 15, our rates went down a little bit because of the 2013 legislation that then was overturned. Went up quite a bit in 16, and they're going to go up about, we're thinking about $4 million for all funds in FY18. And they'll go up again in 20 and again in 22.
But this total, I mean, there are changes in FTE here that sort of make this a little bit harder to read, right? I mean, this is, I guess that's what I like about the rates slide instead, is that this is a combination of changes in rates and changes in total payroll.
The actuals include changes in FTE, although we haven't had a whole lot of changes in FTE.
I just mean like at the beginning of this period, or maybe that's mainly before this period.
I think it was mainly before. And we're not projecting changes in FTE going forward, so we're basically just looking at our sort of system as it stands going forward.
But even if you change FTE, you benefit way out here because you're still paying for, the system distributes based on.
Right. And actually, I was at a presentation by the executive director of PERS yesterday, and somebody said, well, do these rate changes take into account the fact that we will probably have to cut FTE in order to pay for the cost of this? And he said no, because remember, we have to come up with $21.8 billion no matter what. So if you have fewer people, it means your rates will go higher, right?
Well, but then the real strategy is to encourage other cities to hire huge new numbers of FTE and to cut our own for a while. That's a joke. Sorry, but the math works.
In the out year, yeah.
Good luck with that one.
So next steps, we are, watching the legislature closely to see what might happen. The PERS bills are in the Senate Committee on Workforce, and they were accepting proposals. Myrna gave you the sort of criteria that they were looking at. They were accepting proposals through February 28th. They've got a couple of dates coming up in mid-March, one where they're going to accept proposals from the public, and then one where they're going to have technical experts who respond to the proposals. So those will be interesting. And the legislative process, continues to go on. Bills that have been introduced can still be modified through the end of April. They call that gut and stuff. The bill might say, it's blue, and then you say, well, now it's going to be green, and that's okay. They can do that through the end of April. And we probably won't know whether any PERS legislation actually passes until the end of the session, whenever that is, May, June, whatever. As far as our rates, the rates we have now, are our rates for FY18, so we know what those are. We'll get a valuation this fall that will give us advisory rates, which is kind of like, because our rates change every 2 years, PERS actually does an interim calculation to say, well, if we were changing rates this year, this is what they would look like. So that really helps us. I appreciate very much all the information that the PERS board and the PERS actuary give us, because it really helps us with our financial planning. So when we do our general fund forecast that we'll start working on this fall, we will reflect whatever those advisory rates are. So it'll be a little bit better information than we have now. And then as far as this group, you all had asked for this, more information about PERS. Twyla talked about us getting you the information you wanted in different venues, so this is one we thought might be good to do in a meeting so you'd have the chance to ask questions. But we also heard that you would like to potentially have some sort of a one-pager that explains PERS.
One-pager.
That'll be a trick. We'll try. But so we'll try and do something that helps explain PERS and the impact on the city. And there's a lot of information in the budget about PERS, but we'll try and do something that's maybe a little bit more compact for folks to understand. So that was it for our presentation, and we're just here to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much. Councilor Clark, and then Councilor.
Thank you very much. That's really a lot of complicated stuff to have to contend with, and it's interesting to me to note that as you project out the out years into the 20s and 30s from here, some of those numbers look pretty tall and daunting. But I actually think those numbers, from it's my limited understanding, I think those numbers are conservative as increases are likely to go. One of the reasons I think that is the 7.5 assumed rate on earnings. So help me understand the reconciliation process that takes place for them between assumed earnings and actual earnings. What's the impact of that then to the next cycle of projected rates?
So that was kind of this this slide here.
Yeah.
So every time they update
Because they went from what, 8 down to 7.5, right?
7.8 to 7.75 to
Yeah.
7.5, and you're correct. I think it's to the.
When's the last time we actually delivered more than what, 3, 4?
Well, actually, our 10-year earnings rate was, I can't remember. It's
not that bad.
No,
but it's the volatility. Excuse me, Sue.
Yes.
But the volatility is
Right.
really a problem because one year it'll be over the assumed rate, and the next year it'll be 2%. And that gap
Right.
between 7.5 and 2 creates billions of dollars of liability.
That's really what I'm getting at, is because that assumed rate, from what I've read, seems to be something that we're not being prudent enough in how we're projecting out that long-term liability by being over-optimistic in that assumed rate over time. And it seems to be playing out that way, so that even those tall, unattractive liabilities in the future may actually even be quite a bit short of what it turns out to be, unless the economy is delivering a 7.5% return on those investments, right?
Well, Sue and I were just looking at the actual returns, which won't be finalized, I don't think, until the end of March. But the Oregon Investment Council invests the money, and they underperformed their benchmarks by a couple of percentage points. So for 2016, they only earned 6.88, the preliminary earnings, below 7.5, so there'll be more unfunded liability just related to underperformance.
So does that stack? Is that the reconciliation at the end of the year, that it stacks the future rates?
Well, no, it's just doing the final accounting for all their investments, because it's so much money, it takes them a while to figure out what they actually earned as of December 31st. But their regular report to the PERS board shows that they underperformed their own benchmarks by over 2%. If they had performed at the level of their benchmarks, they would have been above 7.5. So you just can't, you can't control it, really.
Well, and I would just say that there are a lot of things we do in Oregon, and this is my political comment, I suppose, at this point. We do a lot of things that aren't designed to earn money with state funds like that, so much as they're designed to feel good about public policy and what we invest in. And to the degree that we underperform by pulling out of investments that make money, we add to that significant cost over time.
Yeah, we'll take that as a
That makes me
commentary,
crazy.
not as a response.
Yes, thank you.
Actually, I was going to respond because I was at a presentation yesterday. The chair of, I don't know what his title is, the guy that's head of the Oregon Investment
Right.
Council, and then the executive director for PERS were both there. They were both giving presentations. And one piece of information that the Oregon Investment Council person presented was that we are actually, Oregon, if you look long term, like 7 years and 10 years, we are number one in our peer group rankings, right? So in the long run, we are the best out of all of the folks.
We're not California, right? Yeah.
Right, so, but we are in the same peer group with California, so interesting. So we are number one. So the our fund has performed very well, but as Murney said, it's volatility. It kind of goes up and down. And I cannot pretend to understand this stuff, but Oregon has a lot of alternative investments, and apparently the way those behave and the way they're valued has some impact on what Murney was saying, was that we underperformed our benchmark. And I think, like I say, I did not entirely understand all of that he was talking about, but I think, we have to look longer than just 1 year at a time, because I think the fund does perform very well.
And that's how the actuaries look more than 1 year at a time. Typically, they look out 50 years, and so that's why the assumed rate stays higher than a lot of people think it should be if you just look 1 year at a time. But the actuaries are taking the long view. Oregon Investment Council has done a really good job for Oregon. But any year they miss it, or the market misses it, it creates more liability.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Zelenka.
Yeah, who sets the rate, the assumed rate?
The board,
The PERS board.
based on the actuarial advice.
Okay, so and they've changed it several times, and so every time they change it, and they lower it, that's what this one slide's kind of getting at towards the end, fourth from the end.
This one that's up on the screen.
No, the one that's the line graph.
Oh.
Shows the different rates. So that's actually showing the ones that assuming different rates. So as the rates go, if they change the rate to a lower rate, let's say they went from 7.5 to 7.
Where is
Keep
that
going.
slide?
That one.
There it is. Towards
They went from 7.5 to 7, then
Well, this is assuming.
This is actual rates.
This is assuming that there's a 7.5% assumed rate, but the actual earnings differ from that. I think the blue line is if it performs exactly at the assumed rate.
Right.
Can I just ask a clarifying question, Alan? Sorry, just really fast. This actually, none of this changes with the assumed rate, does it? I thought this was based entirely on the actual rate.
This is assuming a 7.5% assumed rate, and then actual earnings, either they hit the assumed rate, they're higher than, or they're lower than the assumed rate. So
What's the net impact of lowering the assumed rate?
Well, if you go back to that other slide, the net impact is we pay more, but
pay more in payroll.
yes. So if you look back at this slide, when they lowered the rate from 7.75 to 7.5, the second number on the left-hand side, $1.7 billion increase in system liability as a result of that change.
Right. So.
Which then gets rolled into our liability, which then gets amortized over 20 years, so it increases our rates.
So just trying to say, just lower the assumed rate actually doesn't do anything. It's counterproductive.
It's counterintuitive. Sue and I had this conversation just today, because you have to remind yourself, most people think if you lower the assumed rate, you lower benefits, because the assumed rate is used to annuitize the money match benefits, which have been a big cost center for the system. But the savings in the benefit is less than the increased cost to employers by the lowering what the whole portfolio is going to earn.
Because the benefits don't change because they're not attached to the earnings rate.
Well, some of the benefits
Money
do.
match.
So I don't know,
Yeah.
Murney didn't really explain money match. I don't know if you all know what that is, but there are a couple different options for how you can get your pension, and the PERS board the PERS staff calculate the different methods, and you get the one that gives you the better benefit. One of the benefit calculations is we take whatever's in your employee account when you retire, the employer matches it, and then that gets annuitized at the assumed earnings rate. Okay, so if you lower that assumed earnings rate, it would lower the benefits. One of the challenges with that, though, is that some of the previous, Murney talked about moving that employee 6% out of the employee's pot, which then lowered money match. And so the importance of money match as a retirement benefit has just gone down and down and down. So the benefits from lowering money match retirement payouts is not as great as it used to be, which the system reforms actually did what they were supposed to do, which is accomplish that.
The formula B equals C plus E is the key to all that. So if your investment earnings are less because your rates, the assumed rate is less, you have, and even if your benefit changes a little bit,
right,
the only way you balance that is the city pays more into the fund.
Right. And with
seven has to go up.
I mean, you can't. There's no. That's how it
Either
works.
earnings go up or contributions go up.
Right.
And one goes down, the other one goes up.
Right.
And with
It's a whack-a-mole.
If the benefits are essentially the same.
They're inverse.
Right. And
what
with
saves us, I think, is that it gets collared. I mean, if it wasn't collared, I think we would have a pretty significant gap on sort of this year-to-year basis, right? So.
we would. It saves us on the one hand. On the other hand, it winds up costing more in the long run because you just push out the problem.
You're
So
paying interest only.
Yeah, and so I also understand that there's old PERS and new PERS, and over the years they've changed it. So old PERS is Tier 1, and then in 1996 they changed it to Tier 2, and then in 2003 they turned it to OPSER. And each time they did that, the benefits were lowered. So the people that we're hiring now aren't getting what the old PERS retirees are getting by any stretch of the imagination. It's substantially different. And the whole issue with the Supreme Court is that a contract is a contract. You can't go back and say, I know we made a contract with you, but we're changing all the rules now. And the Supreme Court said, no, you made a contract, and the contract is a contract, so you're stuck with that.
right.
And so, but over the years, for all the new people, they've changed the benefits package.
And one of the things the PERS board executive director said yesterday is you could have another tier where all of the people you hire from now on get no pension benefit, and it still wouldn't solve the problem because there's the $22 billion unfunded liability for benefits that have already been earned and that the court has said you can't have an impact on.
People are still there.
Right. So.
Right. Go to about slide 16, the one that has the bar graph.
This one?
Going. Next one. That one. So this is I think this is an important one. So what this is saying to me is that over the next several years until 2023, we're going to see increases in the percent of payroll that is going to go towards PERS until about 2023, and then it flattens out. And we won't see any more increases, but we'll stay at that level, which will be high in the low 30s.
Right.
So what does that mean that 30% of payroll is, so 30% of the cost of our overall payroll for the city is actually going to pay PERS. Is that what that means?
No, what it means is if you earn $1 in salary, 30 cents goes to PERS. So your total cost is $1.30, right?
And the statute actually governs what's considered covered compensation for PERS. So base salary, overtime, the different kinds of compensation that that 30% rate applies to is in the statute.
So it's the adder to salary, you're adding more retirement.
And John talked about the collar, and this steep upward slope over the next several years is really because of the collar. It's because if we really should be paying, those higher rates up near the 30% in order to amortize over the next 20 years. But to do that, our rates would basically have to double, and none of the public employers could do that. And so that's why we have the collar in place, is to help us manage those cost increases over a period of several bienniums.
And if we didn't have any employees, we'd still have a problem.
Right, because one of those graphs shows you that a large part of the liability is for people who aren't working any longer. They're out of the workforce and they're collecting benefits. So all the new employees can get nothing, no retirement benefits. We still have to pay this payroll tax to fund the retirement of people who are retired.
Josh.
First of all, thank you. I feel slightly less ignorant of PERS now as a result. Two related questions. The first is, I'm curious if you, just staff broadly, have suggestions about how we are supposed to think about PERS in the budget committee process every year. When I see that graph that Alan just called our attention to, I see that representing an increasing percentage of our discussion and an increasing percentage of public comment on the budget represented by PERS. So I'm just curious if you have suggestions about that. Related to that, just because I'm thinking about the messages to the community, I spent a little bit of time walking around Ward 1 last year. I don't know if my counselor, Counselor Semple, heard this as well, but I know I heard from a lot of, well, not from a lot of people. I heard from people on a fairly regular basis, small but significant portion, very similar messages about PERS. If they brought up PERS, if they were interested in talking about PERS, they weren't happy about it. But I would often try, well, at first I tried saying, hey, look, I know this is a bummer, but we have to deal with it. This is a cost we're going to have to bear. It's a legal obligation that we have. There's really nothing we can do about it. So let's focus on the things that we can control. That was almost uniformly an unsatisfying thing for people to hear. I'm wondering if you have some better message.
It's called an inconvenience. Like the bullet didn't work?
I don't know what a better message is. I mean, your message was...
bring your pig in the pocket.
I can help you with that.
Put up on the very beginning. We actually don't control the benefit earnings or contribution rates, really. And so what we end up doing is putting that into our forecast, and then at the budget committee, what you see is the forecast, and based on all that, it's do we have a gap or not a gap, or do we have extra money to spend, right? And so it just gets built into the forecast based on what the rates are actually set or projected to spend, and that's the challenge. So I don't know what a different message is.
It's just a series of unfortunate events. If the system was created in 1945, 46, and I don't think anyone who created the system at the time and created the money match benefit, which created part of this problem, would have intended this outcome, right? So it's just that the system and the market, which offsets the cost of the system, haven't behaved in a predictable fashion. And the problem is that we've made the courts have determined that we can't change the benefits that have already been accrued. So I think what you said to the people in the first ward is correct. It's really beyond our control, but honestly, I don't think it's what anybody involved in the system, it's not an outcome that anybody would have wanted.
Would it be fair, though, to say, like, if I was having that same conversation, you might, after the bummer word and the punctuation that you put there, I think the city of Eugene has been very proactive about being a leader, even when our own employees didn't like it, to challenge and say, you have to follow your own rules and keep our costs down. So I think the city of Eugene, at least, has taken some steps to make sure that we're keeping the costs down for our community, and the system has been reformed a couple of times, and while it's still very expensive, we're at least hopefully moving in the right direction. That's one thing I would say after bummer. I might come back to bummer.
Oh, Councilor Clark and then Councilor Pryor.
Can we go back to that slide, the last one Alan was on with flattening that one? Mm-hmm. That kind of gets at the question I was asking here, because what I was asking is, let me reformulate the question. If we keep a 7.5% assumed rate and actually deliver 4 for the next several bienniums in a row, that's not going to plateau, is it?
Eventually it will.
But it will be further. It'll keep going
continue to
up.
go crazy up, right? So it's actually in our interest to be more accurate with actual earnings and assumed earnings getting closer to accurate is better for longer term planning, so it's not worse in the out years is what I'm getting at. Isn't that probably true? It ends up costing us more later the wronger we are about assumed rate.
Costs you more now. The minute you're wrong, the liability.
You're wrong, yeah.
You're wrong, the liability increases.
Let me ask this of the manager, and this is just so I'm informed. I'm not suggesting that we ever do this because I know we have contracts with the city's unions and with a lot of our, but we pay the 6% match as an organization. That's not court mandated. That's our negotiation with our employees, is it not?
And that's not true for all our employees, but most of our employees, that's correct. And that's actually standard across the state.
I know it is.
So that is. My understanding,
at the moment,
somebody who knows this better, you can either pay 6 or 0. There isn't sort of a sliding scale. Is that correct? So
yeah,
it's not as if
right. You either pick up
that. Yeah, you either pick it all up or you don't pick any of it up.
Mm-hmm. Is that in contract?
Yeah. We can decide that.
But it's already embedded in contract.
Yeah, you can renegotiate.
In the next years, not in the, for yeah.
Right.
Not for current agreements, but in future ones.
What do you mean renegotiate?
And the way those, but the way those generally have worked, rightly or wrongly, I think, in the history is employees pick up their 6%, but it's offset.
Yeah.
Right? They're offset with a corresponding increase in the wages.
Yeah.
And so it's essentially a net zero. It's not a perfect net zero because of the math, but it's essentially a net zero for that moment.
Thank you.
Councilor Pryor and then Josh.
Yeah, I've heard some of the same things around, that somehow PERS is something we have control over, but there's also, and I think it's probably an urban myth about at some point the Oregon legislature tapped into the PERS reserve and depleted it for some other purpose, and therefore that created the unfunded liability. I'm not aware that the legislature ever tapped into the PERS reserve.
I'm not aware of that either, and I've been following this for a long time.
Okay, good. The other one was, I recall in the 90s, I guess it was the late 90s, I was in the school board, there was a scheme, for lack of a better word, to create some sort of an investment process where you could buy into another investment process to help offset the cost of the increasing PERS contribution. Somehow you'd get a better return on this, and then this would help to pay for your contribution costs. And we opted not to go into it, and I think some other districts did, and it wound up not paying off. Do you know if that still exists, or whether there was any sort of a payoff for that?
Your comments make me think of two things. One is the issuing pension bonds, which we did do, and Sue can speak to that.
I think the school district did too.
But the other thing is the state created, or PERS created pools. So there's a state pool and a local government pool, and I thought there were 3. But and a school pool.
Yeah.
And the city of Eugene elected not to join one of the pools.
Right. Yeah, so did we, and I think in the end it turned out not to have been a good idea to not invest.
Exactly. It was a good idea to not have gone, for us, to not have gone into the pool. We did, it's in a way, my analogy is like the self-insurance programs we have. We actually do better on our own than if we were pooled with other entities.
Okay, good. Because I didn't know if those were still around or whether they had wound up providing any sort of a payoff or whether they turned out to be kind of a dead end.
Well, the pools still exist, so there are lots of employers that are in these various pools.
Okay.
But Sue can speak to the, do you want to talk about the bonds?
We issued bonds in 2003, I think, to pay off what our PERS liability was at that time. And we have those bonds. I think they are outstanding until the early 2030s, maybe.
Oh, okay.
And so in addition to our PERS rates, we also have to pay the debt service on those bonds, right? And a lot of employers have done that over the...
Thanks. That's really helpful. I was curious.
Josh, and then Scott.
I made a strategic error before. I asked two questions at once, and the more exciting one was second. So let me go back to the first one. The first one was, how should this information, as tempting as it is to talk about the interesting things that we can't control, how should this affect the nature of budget committee deliberations in the future and the nature of our transparency to the community? So let me offer two suggestions since there were no takers before. So the first is fundamentally about transparency. I mean, I think we know, I think I've heard this from people, we've all got to get really good at describing this to people. I transcribed as much of what Sarah said a moment ago to try it out on people. I'll let you know how it works out because I will get asked. So, I mean, I think we have to figure out how do we educate interested, angry members of the public and, you know, inform the conversation in the most productive way. The other thing is, I guess I, you know, can see generally based on the slide that has the different adjustments that were made in, you know, 13 to 15. You know, looking at demographic changes, yeah, there you go. So demographic changes and, you know, differences in assumed rate versus actual rate of return. I can see how we could do a little bit of our own, or maybe ask the state to help us set up a framework for some sort of forward-looking sensitivity analysis so we can get a sense of ranges and what that means for reserves or our rates and, you know, the overall implications for the budget a few years out. I think that tacks back toward things I've asked in the past about wanting to see sort of unfunded needs going out into the future as well. So, like, I think maybe this could nudge us in the direction of doing a little bit better, you know, 5 years out budget planning on behalf of the community. But I'm curious, again, just broadly what people think. What do we do with this information in that stuff we can control?
So to the second part of your question, so I can forget about the first part again. I mean, we have built into our forecast using the information we've gotten from the actuary, we've built into our forecast about 4 percentage points of payroll increase every biennium for the next several biennium, which is what PERS and the actuary are telling us will happen. And if you look at the system-wide projected changes, that is what we should be expecting. And will it be a little bit different? Probably it'll be a little bit different, but I think it's in the magnitude of what we will be experiencing.
So quick response to that. Yeah, no, and I'm not suggesting that we aren't doing that now. I understand that that's in there, but the whole point of this is that those are these, you know, point estimates, these best guesses going off into the future. But it's fairly high stakes if rates end up being off by a few percentage point for a few fiscal years. So we could do a little bit more. I mean, just to give people a sense in the community, not just of the magnitude of that best guess, also a magnitude of the uncertainty around it. I mean, it's one thing if there's a bunch of uncertainty around 1% of your budget, but we're talking about uncertainty around 25 or 30% of the biggest part of our budget, you know, payroll.
Well, one way I think the budget committee could talk about that is the management of those reserve for revenue shortfalls and what is the amount that you keep into that, because what we generally have said through the recession is we want to keep enough in there so as some of these things happen, you do have something to draw on. So I'm not sure if it turns out they're 5% rather than 4%, that actually equals some money. And I don't know what that means in millions of dollars. And so I think the budget committee then anticipates it based on what we keep in our rainy day savings slush fund.
And we do.
Which really then I think is a budget committee conversation about how much is it important to keep there for unanticipated changes in whether it's PERS or something else, and this is potentially volatile.
And I think 1% in the general fund is somewhere in the $600,000 to $650,000 range, and so and we get updated actuarial numbers every single year, and so we adjust that every single year. So if you're worried about the impact of PERS rates in FY22, I mean, we're going to adjust those in FY18, FY19, FY20, FY21. So by the time we get to FY22, it's not like we're going to be 3 percentage points off, because we will have continued to adjust that every year as we go. Right.
Scott and then John.
Going back to the conversation on our city, and the 6% that we're paying for the employees. It sounded like there were two options. One, we could pay the 6%, or we could increase the employees' salaries at the 6%, and then they're paying that portion, or you said something about net zero?
No, the option is either they pay the 6% or we pay the 6%. You can't sort of, they pay 3 and we pay 3, so it's either 6 or 0 on each side.
Right.
It's through bargaining contracts, employees can pick up that 6%, so they would pick up that 6% and they're paying it. What has, I would guess there's probably no contract in the state that would have, bargaining unit would have agreed to pick up that 6% without a corresponding increase in their salary, right? Because it's, if they pick up 6%, it would be viewed as an immediate 6% deduct in their salary, right?
Would that make the benefit higher, though, for the employees later?
Well, yeah, and so and that's why I say it's not pure across the board. So when you negotiate these, there's other trade-offs that try to net that out over time, and so that there's more to it than just straight across.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I understood that.
Okay. John, then Councilor Zelenka, then Councilor Clark.
Clarify, if you would, for me, this color thing. So that cuts down on the amount of increase per biennium. You said if it was true to where we should actually be at that 30% range now. Does that mean that there is a limited forecastable increase in each biennium, whether it's the 4%, so we're in that range. Is that correct?
Right. So the collar basically limits the amount the rate can change depending on the funding, the overall funding level, and it basically is 20% of your rate. So it can't go up or down by more than 20%. So if we had a huge earnings and the system all of a sudden became 100% funded, our rates wouldn't go down as much. They'd only go down 20% at a time too. So it's an up or down collar thing.
So the major change may materialize in 23 or 25 or somewhere if we misadjust, but the rate of change this next biennium is predictable.
Well, yeah, we already have our rates starting.
And the following biennium and the following. It's predictable to be in that range, correct?
Yes, because we're collared.
Okay.
You're right. So we're not paying as much as we should be paying.
Now, you said 4% biennium, 2% per year. So if we say we're gaining 6.3% a year in increased tax revenue, even if we were 100% payroll, that's still 2% of that 6% going towards additional payroll cost. Am I ballparking that right? If all your city budget was payroll, which it's not, but if it were,
it's like 80%.
It's a 2% per year increase in cost, or
it's actually 4% right away. So it's not.
I thought it was 4% biennium.
Right, but it starts the first day of the biennium, 4% increase, and it goes for the whole biennium, right?
Okay.
So it's not.
But it's not 2 and 2. It's not 2 and 2. But okay, if we continue this, we're at 12. So it's a predictable increase. We have some anticipation of hopefully increased tax revenue to offset.
So I think that's where the whole forecast comes in, and so when Sue and her team forecast, they bring all of this together. And if it were just PERS might, and this isn't the right number, but if PERS increases the general fund by $10 million, and we have new revenue, tax revenue or new source of revenue that equals $8 million, all 8 of that new revenue is going to go to pay for PERS. Correct. Or if it was 12 million, 10 of it's going to go pay for PERS. And so a new revenue or a new revenue source isn't always new money, because it's paying for existing, in this case, existing PERS increases.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But it's a predictable increase.
It's
maximum predictable increase due to the collar.
Right. So what's in the forecast is based on the anticipated increase in PERS over the next few bienniums based on the collar and what PERS has already told us. So the answer is yes for that particular item. I think I understand your question would be yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Zelinka.
And in your example, John, if we got an increase in property taxes of 12 million and we paid out 10 million, then there were, or the opposite one, if it was a $10 million increase in PERS and we only got 8 million and we had $2 million, we don't get to change the property tax rate. We have to handle that $2 million deficit inside our budget. If we're not getting any different new revenue sources, we have to pay for that by doing changes in our own.
Right, so an example that in this upcoming budget is what you know about the Comcast settlement. There's a lump sum, but there's also an increased amount in annual revenue coming in off of that settlement. That annual revenue coming in is, I think, 100% absorbed by already existing costs. So while it's a new revenue source,
it's not.
It's actually not new money.
It's already used up.
It's used up to pay for that there, not just strictly that, but that. So it's not new money now that we have an extra $10 to now buy something new. It's buying what's already in the queue.
Right. The other question I had was related to the 6% match. I'm not clear what the proposals are in the legislature and what they're trying to do with that and how that ends up fixing it. Is it?
Well, I can speak to that. The proposal is to take the 6% employee contribution that's now going into the individual account program, which was created in 2003, which are these separate individual accounts that earn interest at the whatever the market rate is, but then it's all employee money when you leave the system. So the proposal is to capture that 6% and apply it toward the employer liability. And it doesn't solve the problem, but it saves X billions of dollars. It would be a significant savings if it were possible. But one of the complications is that that employers actually pay the 6% for most, but not all employees. And if you have employees at the City of Eugene, we have 2 bargaining units that pay the 6% themselves. They've negotiated that, and all the others, the city pays 6%. So how you have equal treatment of these different employee groups I think is a problem that hasn't been solved. And so I think there's some doubt cast on whether that proposal, which initially seemed like a great idea, is actually doable.
Right, yeah, that's what I heard. It's not dead yet. It's just on life support. Right. And capture is an interesting euphemism.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you. Lane County had a problem for a number of years. I think they solved it, but maybe I'm wrong, and they haven't yet solved it as a structural imbalance, where, to speak very broadly, they had employee costs rising at 6% per year and a property tax rate that's capped at a 3% increase every year. And so structurally, they're going further into a problem all the time with no structural change that's legally possible. My point is, and my question is, I think we get to 35% employee cost personally before we see this thing done. That's a little pessimistic, but I think we get there one day. So at what point do we fall into a structural problem where the cost per the employee cost is driving us on an annual increase to a point where we cross that capped property tax increase threshold?
I would
guess that
starters is, if you were to go back to the recession, we actually spent 6 years structurally changing the budget. We actually did structurally change it through that period of time. And I don't remember the numbers now, but at one time, our revenues and expenditures going into the recession the expenditure line was higher than the revenue line.
Yeah.
Through the recession, we actually brought those essentially together. And then coming back out of it, I'm not quite sure. Coming out of it, I think we were a little bit on the other side, and then we're sort of, well, you can see by the one graph, expenditure revenue, so it's a little bit work. So we actually structurally changed the budget over those 6 years.
That included PERS.
And included all the absorbing
But
library
I'm
levies.
asking, as PERS costs to the city
What's that?
increase, I said as PERS costs increase as a percentage of payroll over the next decade, 15, 20 years, at what point do we find ourselves upside down again to any capacity within the property tax revenue stream to be able to deal with that without significant cuts to staff?
So we're working on our updated forecast. It's going to come to you with the FY18 proposed budget, and that will go through FY23. So it will cover all of these years until we get up to that sort of, on this graph would be kind of your steady state. And so when we come in at the end of April, you'll see the forecast that includes those increases, and then we'll have a conversation about it. It includes those increases and includes everything else that we're projecting in terms of inflation and cost of healthcare and all of those different revenue sources and how they might behave. So.
And I can't go through a budget committee meeting without saying one of the most important things we did to structurally change it was to not use one-time money for ongoing expenses. When you do that, you haven't changed anything, and so the structure is exactly the same. You're just sort of, you're trying to balance your books. We didn't do that, and so structurally it's different. You know, we eliminated 100 FTE, if you remember, going through all of that, and eliminated ongoing $30 million of ongoing costs in the general fund. That's a structural change.
Yeah.
So that's what has to happen.
Sean.
Just to speak to Josh's question, are we talking about a 1% increase of the overall budget per year associated with this, or 10%? I think it's close to 1%, isn't it?
You know, I haven't done that math.
I think it's about $5 million or $4 million a year.
So $4 million. So we're saying in FY18. Overall, for the $550 million net budget, it would be about a $4 million increase.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
So maybe just to put it in context, for the overall budget, it's less than 1% increase due to the PERS increase, and that would be consistent for the next 5 years.
But it's different. So the $550 million net budget includes capital. And so for the general fund, which is much more personnel driven, it will be a bigger percentage, but I don't know what that is.
Okay. All right, thanks.
And just to clarify, you're saying like as a message to the community, like there are lots of scary percentages here, but actually this is about, in the short term, a % increase in the budget per year for the next
5 years.
Yeah, as long as they don't ask for how many years that's going on for, that soundbite might be good. I mean, do you know what I mean? Because we're looking at an increase in rates of 10 or 15% out of the single largest piece of our expenditures. That's the thing that I think we should do that math transparently as well, but that is helpful.
Scott.
Building on what Councilor Clark talked about with us, what about how would other towns, cities that maybe don't have the resources that we do, and how they adjust to this impact us? Let's say that it gets to 35% and they can't make that payment. Does that impact the rates for those that can, or what happens then, or is there not an impact like that?
There wouldn't be an impact like that because each employer is rated individually based on the liabilities of your employees and their retirements and what program they're in, whether they're police and fire and their longevity, et cetera. But there are really significant impacts to small employers who when we initially got involved in the PERS litigation in '98, there was a little employer, the city of Huntington, that was a part of the litigation, and their PERS liability was bigger than their general fund because they had like 6 employees and one of them became disabled at a young age, and that liability was huge. So you do get with some small employers very unusual situations like that where they actually can't pay the bill.
So there are some impacts then to the overall.
But that didn't impact the city of Eugene. The
Right.
city of Huntington would have to work out a deal with PERS, a payment plan that's different.
Although
But
I
it doesn't
suppose
impact us.
if communities or member agencies actually went bankrupt, then I don't know if that liability gets spread, but that would be pretty unusual. Right. I'm not sure how that would work, but.
I didn't know you could do that.
All right, so that's the end of our queue. Any further discussion about PERS? Any other questions? Okay. I think with that, we're done with the PERS discussion. I just have a few next steps. Next meeting is March 15th from 5:30 to 8:30 in the same room. There's been an update to the agenda for next week that is different from the agenda in your packet. So next week, a downtown update will be provided instead of the information on the 2021 event, the track 2021 event. As someone was correcting us earlier, we should be more specific. So the 2021 item is being moved to a May meeting, and an updated agenda will be sent out tomorrow. I don't have any other comments. Josh?
Yeah, and I apologize for having to miss the early part of the meeting. Maybe this got discussed, but was there any discussion of the City of Redmond, Washington's budget website that I sent out to people? No? Okay. I would just ask that people take a look at that. It's very much in the spirit of the excellent 2-pager that staff drafted in terms of providing unbelievable ease of use and deep budget transparency. So if people have a chance to take a look at it, it'd be great to be able to talk about whether that's relevant to us. It could be a very short discussion topic, but easy to look at. It's a fun website. I know that sounds implausible. I sent it around, but I promise you it is.
I looked at it. It's really, really cool. Please do look at it. It's neat.
Thanks.
Great.
It's in color.
Thanks again to staff for all the presentations. They were really well done. Appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned. You're on stage.